Evening. How are we all doing? Yes, AJ, I think it's needed, definitely. Something I noticed immediately upon putting the last build out is that when we have a ship-wide order raised, we don't have any way of actually seeing that on the bridge, so we shall be rectifying that tonight. You have to forgive me if I keep blinking. I managed to poke myself in the eye right before going on stream, so yay for that. And you also may notice I'm a bit late. It's because it's my stepdaughter's 16th birthday today, so happy birthday, Lara. And to celebrate, I'm drinking Brewdog tonight. Elvis juice, which is actually really nice. Sounds gross, but it's nice. Okay. So, without further ado, let's get on with it. Oh, I'm all the way over there. Move. Sounds like a common problem for us. Oh, I did offer to cancel the stream. But they're only going to be playing board games for another hour or so. We've already sat down and had a birthday meal together, so I didn't miss out on anything. What was I going to do? Completely forgotten. Oh yeah. So before we get cracking on actually building this console, I wanted to take a quick look at the various bug reports that have been raised. Sorry, I've still got finger in my eye. It's stinging. I always do stuff like this. Like right before going on stream, I'll like poke myself in the eye or like get shower gel in my eye or something. Right. Yeah, so as you can see, we have like an entire page of bugs that got raised. From about 6 people. So thanks guys, thanks for testing that out and raising some bugs. Gives me something to do. Yeah, I think one common thing we had is that people were confused as to how to get out of chairs. And I think we had quite a few reports of people getting stuck in chairs. The get out of the chair key is now jump. So spacebar to exit a chair. And we could add get up to the radial menu. So if you press F while sat in the chair, get up is one of the options you could have. But we could only do that if you weren't looking at something. And it does take up precious space on the radial menu. So I'd rather not put that on the radial menu because we will need that slot for something else. But hopefully it's intuitive enough that just pressing jump will make you stand up. That's the way to exit a chair or any vehicle. So any vehicle we add to the game, pressing jump should get you out of that vehicle. If we have a vehicle that can jump, obviously we'll probably use spacebar for that. So if we have something that can thrust upward, we'd probably use spacebar for the upward thrust. So on that one, we'd probably have to add an additional key for getting out. But generally speaking, jump should suffice. Yeah, we could probably have something that flashes up for a second as you sit. I want to keep the screen as clean and as clear as possible in terms of like UI overload. So if we were going to have a hint, and there is already a system in place for showing or hiding in-game hints. So if we were to have something come up, it would just come up for a couple of seconds and then disappear. Thank you, AJ. Yeah, needed. Yeah, I should have written it on the patch notes, really. My bad. Okay. Let's just go top down and have a look. Okay, I'll have to go through and test this. Which NPC delta? think we need to start being specific with these bug reports so that we know which ones aren't behaving. Yeah, that one sounds like a generic multiplayer issue. Okay, so this one, that's the whole getting teleported outside of the ship when you stand up. That has, as far as I'm concerned, been categorically fixed. I cannot make it happen now, and it shouldn't ever be able to happen now. But this was raised in the live demo, so that is no longer relevant. So we can get a shot of that one. No worries, Fristus. Hope he's enjoying it. Okay, that's interesting. Again, this is on the live demo, so I'll go and double check and make sure that is indeed fixed on the dev build. It should be. Yeah, I know about that one. I know about that one. Yes, so one of those chairs was in the wrong group. Hang on, let's know the actual map a minute. Okay, so that one's tactical. Oh, I see this one's in. So the issue we have, or had at least, was, and I will check actually this one as well, just because they'll flag that it's a helm chair, and obviously we don't want them doing that. Yeah, so that one's all right. Nothing going on there, there, that's fine. It does mean though that the chair department is operations, so it will get the same menu options come up as the helm, because it's in the helm department. Let me just check which one we're pulling from, because it should be NPC station. Yeah, it is. So that's weird. Hang on. Oh, right, AJ, right. Let's go and have a look. I imagine it's it'll be in the wrong group. Oh, you might notice, by the way, that stuff looks weird. Like that there's really weird black lines on the hull plating. And that's because I enabled DLSS on this build and forgot that I'd turned DLSS on. So this is currently what it looks like with DLSS, and it looks weird. So I need to A, turn that back off, and B, I need to look at the settings to find out why it's doing weird stuff. And also, I've noticed no frame rate improvement at all from having DLSS enabled. Okay, so that must be set to the helm station on the bridge. That's weird. What about these ones? so they're all right. Just make sure none of these other ones are incorrectly flagged. Yeah, we're fine. Okay. Ah. Okay, so because can spawn NPC is true, obviously it is spawning an NPC, but this is set up specifically for bridge stations. We could do with an additional flag to make sure that we can spawn an NPC and we can make that NPC active, and it's in the tactical department, but it's not specifically on a bridge station. Let's add a none option to that, just so we're clear on what it can or cannot be. There we go. I can never remember where the enums live. Yeah, if we set a none on there, that should stop that from happening, because when we do the check on here, if I refresh this, oh, hang on a minute, that's chair NPC station. Where are you defined? Okay, let's get rid of that one. Are we even using that for anything? I do this fairly often where I'll make like multiple enums that literally have the same things in them, which is a waste of enums, and it just serves to confuse me. Okay, so it is referenced by a whole bunch of stuff. That's not something I'm going to go ahead and delete then. So, alright, so if we're pulling from the chair one specifically then, forgot where it was. Where was it? No, that one. So we'll add the none option to this one. And now that's on there. So, so our logic is, if we can spawn an NPC, and there is an active NPC, then we're going to want to have the ability to kick that NPC out. Not on the bridge. So if we're not on the bridge, then we don't care about orders. We simply want to have the option to remove the NPC. In fact, we don't even need that. So yeah, so this will just give us the option to kick that NPC out, and that's that. And because we have the department set to tactical, it should spawn a tactical NPC, but because the NPC station is now set to none, it means that it won't bring up any of the radial menu options that get presented for the other bridge stations. So before it was using the helm one, where it was getting all the helm options. Now it will get none. And yes, and as First just points out, there's also one down here, that one there, which is also set to helm, so that can be none as well. And it's also set to command, which doesn't help, so that could be tactical. So it can spawn an NPC and should. So we'll stick a tactical NPC down on F deck. Great. Resolved, done and dusted. Oh, how I like resolving bugs. I genuinely do. I love fixing bugs. I do love that period of time at the end of a patch when all you've got to do is just polish it and fix everything and tick everything off. It's quite rewarding. Kaji, are you on stream perchance? Ah, thank you, AJ. There we go, sorted. So this one is by design. Messages should disappear and not stay on screen forever. Too late, CSR, you missed it. Oh, she didn't, Wildpro, no. She said that you had 50 galaxies set up. She didn't tell me about the key bindings. How difficult was the key bindings? Because I haven't approached it yet. I haven't even looked at it. And I know it's going to need UI work, and I naturally shy away from anything that involves working with UIs if I can possibly avoid it. Oh, sorry, 50,000. Okay, so NPC. Where'd the other one go? I change their department to something else. Science will do. Okay, that seems to be working. And having the chat disappear, and it's currently set to 15 seconds, is normal. And that is the expected behavior, because we don't want the chat just lingering on screen. Unless you press enter to bring it up, in which case we do want it to be there. So it's there normally. Anything that's older than 15 seconds will disappear. Oh, thanks, AJ. Yep, there we go. I'm glad you're on the ball. It is an ASCII, but it's that whole, I have no choice with that, I need to do it. So as much as it is entirely UI work, it's necessary UI work. So when it comes to the delay as to how long chat lingers, and indeed should it linger at all, I'm going to make that an option in the settings. So you'll be able to define how long it takes. Oh, wrong button. Now. You'll be able to define how long that text stays there for, and should it fade away at all. So if you want it so that the text is always there, then you'll be able to toggle that in the options. And if 15 seconds is too long or too short, you'll be able to change that too. But I just need to set that up and add it to the settings. Okay, if I stick that on my other screen a minute, I want to make sure that. Oh, that's interesting. So if I click away from that, right, so that shouldn't happen. When I click out of the text box, it makes the radial menu accessible, which we definitely don't want. So I'll make sure that that's blocked from coming up, and it releases the mouse when you let go. So that's not helpful either. It's better. Okay, and those chat windows match, so that's good. That's coming up there. Trying to see what combinations of keys. So F, pressing F toggles the UI on and off for the radial menu, and pressing enter while it's open will also toggle it off. So you can do enter to bring up the chat box, but I don't think you can bring up the radial menu unless you press enter first, and then you can. Yeah, so how do I... Oh, okay, so because of the fade delays, like you press the button and there's an animation that plays that fades the menu in. I think what's happening is it's not removing the keystroke, it's not capturing the keyboard focus. So there's a half a second window where you can press F immediately after enter and it will bring up the radial menu, just to be annoying. Yeah, I'll have to make sure that the keyboard focus happens before the animation plays, and that should stop you being able to press F in that particular moment. I mean, it's a small thing, and it's only the sort of thing that happens if you like try to type quickly and then you accidentally bring it up, or as I often do in World of Warcraft, you end up just like jumping on the spot rather than typing. Like so many times I end up jumping instead of typing. But yeah, so that all seems to be fine. So in terms of that bug, I'm going to have to say unable to reproduce. I shall leave it as acknowledged. Actually, I'm going to set it to no, not resolved, as unable to produce. Then we can quickly test it before we close it, because our process is once we set something to resolved, then Claire or whoever's working QA will double check that it is resolved on the live build before actually closing it. So we do have that verification process. So if that is actually a genuine bug, then my apologies to Kanji, and hopefully we'll find that in our testing. Okay, so we know all about that one. That's interesting. That should be working. I'll test this one on the live build, just in case there's something weird when packaged. Oh, thanks, Duran. I'll do that when we add the proper font. Right now, we're just using a temporary font, so we'll make sure that we pick one that has special characters. Is your name pronounced Buren? Is that right? I've been saying Duran. Is it Buren? Ah, cool. I shall use that from now on. Checking the scroll wheel. Is it a seated problem? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, that's weird. That's going to be because I've copy pasted something from the character to the chairs. Because again, you possess the chair when you sit in it, so so it's having to run the same code on the chair as what the character runs. So the fact that scrolling works while stood up means that I haven't copied that across. Okay, I'll make a note of that. Assign that to myself. So, okay, I've seen something like this where the short range scan doesn't seem to be range checking the thing that it's scanning. So all it cares about is, does it have a target? And then it will just go ahead and perform the scan anyway. So we need to make sure that we add that to the logic. I shall assign that to myself. Hello, welcome to the stream. And yes, happy Sunday. That's an interesting one. Okay, let's give that a try. Oops. No, we don't want it in multiplayer. I do. I suppose bottom left is the best place for me normally. Don't know whether you can see it clearly, but the reason I opted to not use DLSS originally, and we're talking like 2 years ago, is because it really struggled with rapidly moving numbers, and it's kind of doing it here where when the UI is updating quickly, the numbers kind of all smudge together. It's better than it used to be. It used to be way worse than this. And I think the temporal anti-aliasing and super resolution solutions do similar, but not as badly. But yeah, I'll play with the DLSS settings and see whether or not we can improve that. I don't want to include DLSS as a standard feature unless I can get it to do it cleanly. And that's not DLSS 5, in case everyone was wondering. It's the old version. 4.5, I think. Yeah, I mean, any temporal solution is going to have smudging, blurring, but I don't know, the DLSS just seems to be the worst when it comes to the UIs here. And this just could be a specific thing between DLSS and UE5 and the way it handles widgets, because they're transparent, and the way that transparency is handled with temporal solutions, well, case in point, it's this thing up here. It really doesn't like it when you move or when space moves outside, because you've got what essentially is a transparent material overlaid on something that's moving, and yeah, the temporal solution really doesn't like it at all. So what I will be doing is I'll be taking that off of there and moving it to an actual physical screen instead. Okay. So, okay, we're 1 AU away. And the orders were still there. So I think what's happening with that is the margin between the 1.5 and 1.6 times the radius of the system isn't enough, or if it's treating it like a star system, which it probably is, it's working off of the radius of Sol. So I need to work out how it's doing that for rogue planets. It might be handling those differently, but we use the radius value as a fraction of the radius of Sol for stars, whereas for planets, like within a system, the radius is specified in kilometers. So how we display that, or how we track that radius value, is different for objects rendered within a system to the base star value. Because when we look at our stellar data, all the radiuses, all the radii, they're all stored as fractions of Sol. So that's probably what's happening here. So because the rogue planet is so small, it thinks it's not there yet. So there's a fight between the autopilot constantly trying to get the ship to that point, and then the autopilot not turning off because it doesn't think it's there yet. So it's probably because the object is so small. Basically, it's a really, really tiny radius problem. So we will simply acknowledge that bug. Add some letters where needed. Autopilot. No, still not right. There we go. Yeah, so I think it's just the radius is so small, it's just confusing the math. So I'll make sure that we do some checks on there and specify some minimum clamps. Yeah, Claire mentioned that first. I don't know what's going on with that one. If I do it in a packaged build, so we can see a full screen version, there's a dead zone that is specified in the config, and that dead zone is supposed to be roughly equal to the central circle. But what it does is it works out the direction of the mouse from the center of the menu. So I did set it up so the menu appears under the mouse wherever you happen to click if you're holding down E. So if the character's off to the side of the screen and you click on that character over there, then the menu appears on that side of the screen where the character is. But because it's working out the direction away from the center. So as I move the mouse around here, what it's doing is it's saying, okay, so the direction of the mouse is within that quadrant of the radial menu. and it constantly updates the math to work out whether you're going in that direction. And the reason it uses direction is because if you're using a controller, obviously the controller thumbstick is moving in a direction, so a similar thing applies. So it doesn't matter. So you don't need to hover over it specifically. You just need the mouse to be over here somewhere in this direction. But of course, the issue I have with moving it is it's calculating it from the center of the screen. So I need to update the math so it calculates from the center of wherever the menu happens to be, so that it's calculating that direction properly. But as you can see, as I move my mouse outside of the central circle, there's a dead zone there that it is going beyond. So once we're in the dead zone, it lights up the center, and when we're outside of the dead zone, it then looks at the direction. So as of there, you should be able to click it. Okay. It shouldn't make a difference who you are, because all the menu does is change the color. It doesn't change how it works. So are you saying that that's not happening for you? Do you have to move the mouse further than the dead zone? Oh, unless this is a screen resolution thing. Hang on, let's try turning this down a bit. Right, let's go like way down. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be affected by that. So are you saying that the outer options light up much sooner than they are for me? Like they light up when you're in the middle? The only thing I can think of is that would be a screen resolution issue. What if I go in the opposite direction? Hear my GPU cry. Okay. So it sounds like for you on your setup, it thinks the dead zone is way wider than the center of the ring. Yeah, it could be aspect ratio. It definitely sounds resolution-y in nature, because it's going to be using a pixel value for the dead zone. If I don't know, set this to something else. Ooh. Every time I hit escape, it's there we go. So yeah, so for me now, it's actually the dead zone is smaller. I think it's yeah, it's radius and screen size related. See how wide I can make it. Do you perchance have a really high resolution monitor? Because that's what's doing it for me. So that's now 3 screens wide for me. Ooh. Yeah, I was thinking the same, Illusion. If I just have an on hover, so if we have an object in the center that the mouse has hovered over, and use that instead, then we're not specifying a dead zone in pixels. But yeah, that does seem to be the issue, because I'm now getting what you're reporting because I've made it really, really, really wide. Wow, that's freaky. Yeah, it sounds like you've just got like an ultra-wide monitor or something. Yeah, so this one we can't do anything about. Okay, yeah, it's going to be a resolution issue, but that's fine. We can fix that. We can work around it. Another jumpy one. Just acknowledge this one for now. I'll need to investigate that more thoroughly, so we'll just acknowledge that one for now. Ah, great, Festus, thank you. Yeah, if we just place a circular graphic in the middle of the UI, then if that graphic is being hovered over, then we can make sure that we use that as the dead zone instead, rather than relying specifically on the number of pixels, which obviously is prone to change. on with that one. Oh yeah. Okay, so this is a similar issue then. So it's kind of the same issue as first as was talking about, with another issue with not being able to scan a given system. So I'll do a full test of that off of stream, but yeah, I'll just make a note about the dead zone. The sensor lag in multiplayer may have to go out on the current demo build as still being a problem, because in order to fix it, I have to separate the sensors into four separate state files. Right now we've got one large struct, and that struct contains all of the data across all four sensor modes, and that's basically a package that we send around and replicate. So we're replicating 4 sensors worth of data rather than just the long range or just the short range. So I need to basically split all that up, store that data in 4 separate structs, and then replicate those 4 separate structs separately and individually. So we're basically cutting down like 75% of the network traffic, because we're cutting out those other 3 sensor modes. And then along with that packet, we'll just say the sensor mode is currently this, so that any end systems that are actually looking for that data know which sensor mode they're looking for and which update they're looking for. That should help a lot with the lag on the sensors in multiplayer. But as you might imagine, that's quite a lot of work to basically go through practically every button on all 4 sensor modes and all the end systems that rely on that data, and update it all to start reading 4 separate structs. We're talking weeks of work probably to change it all over and fine tune it. So yeah, I doubt we'll get that fixed. So as much as yes, that is a block, I think we're just going to have to suck it up and release the demo update with that as a block still. Oh, that's interesting, AJ. I think that will be because basically so everything you see here is duplicated on the player character, and this is what I was talking about by having to make sure that the same code is running on both. So So here's the player character version, which is all of that. And that's the chair version, which is all of that. They should be identical. So all I'm doing is just copy pasting it between the two. I made the mistake of making these macros because you can't just copy paste the macros. If I was to make it a collapsed node like this instead, I could just literally select the whole thing and copy paste it into the other blueprint graph. But the macros mess it up. So I think what's happening is, which one are we on? So this one. When we do our generate radial menu options function, this is where we build those sets of orders. And if we look at the character version of that function there, you can see that this one is different than this one. So what we need to do is basically get rid of that one and replace it with that one. And of course the variables are named differently, so just to make my life more difficult, what are we calling them? Level 1 menu temp. Making sure that that they are actually properly matched. So again, this is a temporary problem, because once we've got our new character system sorted out, we won't be we won't be possessing chairs as pawns anymore. We'll be just attaching the character to them as a vehicle. But until we've got that character system built, we are stuck with this solution where you become the chair. You are the chair. You are at one with the chair. So hopefully that will have fixed the lack of those orders. So we select the neutron star, sit in the chair. We should now have the ability to explore that system. And off we go. And then similarly, we should have the option to cancel that. And that would have gone. So what we want to do tonight is, after I finish just going through those bugs, update this screen here, and I might need to, not tonight because it means remodeling it, but make this bigger. I mean, you can right click to zoom and oh yeah, I also need to fix the fact that if you hold down E and let go of the right mouse button, it zooms back out again. So I need to make sure that behaves the same way as it does on the standing up version. So you can hold down E, it doesn't zoom back out. Oh, and also fix the scrolly as well. That's all copy paste though, so that should be reasonably quick. But yeah, so I'm going to get rid of the menu that's here at the moment, because this menu is physically part of the holo display class. So I need to strip it out of that and then make a standalone UI class to go here. And then this standalone UI will have a tabbed interface across the top, and it will allow you to bring up this screen so that you can control the various different bridge stations. So we'll add helm to that as well at some point, so you can see what the helm's doing. And obviously then all the other stations. But also the other tabs are going to be ship-wide orders, so that we can essentially see like this screen over here. So we'll rebuild that properly on here. And also the individual tasks for each of the individual bridge stations. So we'll have all of the pertinent bridge stations in a grid, and then we'll be able to see which orders are coming up for each station, and then we'll have the ability to like cancel those orders off on this screen. So if the helm's currently going somewhere, you can either issue the order cancel from the menu here, or you can simply do it from this screen and cancel it from here. So you'll be able to do that either way to achieve the same result. But most importantly, we want to see these ship-wide orders displayed here, so you can actually see what's going on, because right now there's no way of seeing it outside of my test map, because my test map has this and the package game does not. Yeah, so we'll do that. Where was I? Bugs. That one I am aware of. I haven't finished the floor yet, so I need to finish the floor. Nice and simple. I'm assuming, Firstus, this was the dead zone issue. Yeah, I'm going to close this one because we've already got the other ticket for the dead zone issue. I fixed this now. So the other bridge stations weren't set up properly. So what I did just before coming on stream actually is I fixed that. Would help if I looked at the right one. There. So when we look at the NPC station assigned to the chair, we only had helm and sensors hooked up to do anything. All of the other stations on the bridge didn't have any logic associated with them. So I added basically all of that lot before going on air. And all they've got on them is very simply the ability to dismiss the NPC, because we didn't have that on there. So they should give you the ability to sit and remove NPCs. In fact, let's just double check that they do before I go ahead and say I've resolved that. Do you mean voice comms, Melissa? We do have a text box, but I'm guessing from your name that you have a problem with text boxes. No, I didn't set that chair up properly. Sure, yeah. So we will have chat and proximity chat at some point. I just need to build it, basically. But yes, that will be a thing. Yeah, so we had voice chat in the game before, and it was causing some crashes, so I took it out. But the plugin that we're using for all the Steam side of things, a plugin called Steam Core, also supports voice chat as well. I think via Steam. So I just need to look at it and see what needs to go where to set that up. It's probably something that's quick and simple. I just haven't looked at it yet. But yes, it will be coming at some point for sure. Yeah, and we'll do line traced based proximity. So in the same way that we're doing a line traced approach for the text say and yell versions, the actual voice chat version will do the same thing. So it will basically do line traces to all the characters in range, work out how far away they are and whether or not they are occluded. So if they are, say, in the next room, then you've got occlusion between you and the next room, so the person in the room adjacent won't hear you, and things like that. So I mean, we can just use standard attenuation in the game, but we can lock it down by doing it that way, using visibility occlusion. But yes, that will be a thing. Right, I've just realised that this map doesn't have all of the chairs on it, which doesn't help. To be honest, I'm tempted to make another test map, which is more faithful to the actual Magellan's Bridge. Because right now, this is just a copy that I flung together, which is why it's got like stuff everywhere and it doesn't have these consoles set up and half the chairs are missing. And sometimes when I configure things on here, it doesn't necessarily translate exactly to the actual Magellan. So I think what I will do is if I go to like the right folder would help. Where are we? Starships. And I grab our Magellan class base level. That one. And we do a copy of that in there. Call that one Magellan test map. And then what we can do is basically stop it from loading in all of the other maps that we don't care about. But at the same time, I will also need to make a couple of fake power sources to stand in for the reactor. Because the whole idea behind the test map is that it is quick to load and quick to iterate on, so we don't have to wait like 30-40 seconds every time we want to test something. Right, and everything looks to be present and correct. So I think what I'll do is I'll just limit it to A and B deck, and I'll strip out anything below E deck, below B deck. Anything below B deck I will strip out. But because it's using the actual levels that will be shared with the actual Magellan, then any changes I make here will be reflected on the actual ship, which ultimately makes life a little bit easier, and it means I don't have to do things twice. Just make sure as well that we can unload a bunch of stuff. So basically we can get rid of all, I'll keep the post-its actually, get rid of all this stuff. And then we'll keep B deck. Let's wait for that to do its thing. Okay, so we should have basically everything and then nothing else below it. It should make everything load a lot quicker. And then in our actual level, so let's do any of that. So when we start, we want to load BDEC. So we'll start off by loading BDEC. So we'll start from there. So then basically, we don't want anything from there. And then we'll have a few issues because it's going to start to try and start up the ship, which is no good. So we just want to fire ship ready. So levels loaded, ship ready. Let's give that a quick try a minute. Make sure we spawn in. So right now we are unpowered because we have no reactor. We took the reactor away, which means some of these things that are on should not be on. So I just need to make sure that these temporary screens have proper power connections. Okay. We should have of course. I forgot I moved the door down to C deck for in there. We can cheat. Yeah, so we still have our various boxes that we need, one of which should be our task manager. Yeah. Okay, so we just need to add a couple of fake power supplies now that that power the ship. Actually, where? Hold up, let's just turn all this on. Make sure we've got it all. Make sure we have those power connections. Yeah, there they are. So those cables there are the ones which are powering the bridge and everything. So on this box, we are looking for the forward deck distributor, and we are looking for those associated cables, which is these 4 here. So all I need to do is just set up 4 fake power supplies with 4 cables hanging off of them, and that will satisfy the power requirements for the bridge, and it should power everything up. So if we go find electrical system, where are you? There you are. Yeah, there we go. Right, so there is our test power supply, and then we need some cables, and we have some up here already that we can steal. So we haven't moved them, we've just copied those 4 with some new ones. And to be perfectly honest, we can probably just connect them all to the same, or can we? No, we can't. Right, so each one of these needs to be named according to what this one needs. So we have bridge distributor 1 through 4. So that one's number 1. 2, 3, and 4. So downstream would be that one. Let's call this one PSU1. And then the upstream device is PSU1. And then the downstream device is this, which is bridge distributor. And that should be input A. That one is B, C, and D. That's 2, 3, and 4. So this is why on the Caravella we're using physical objects sensing one another by overlaps, rather than having to type in all of these different names and IDs, so that to connect a cable up, all you do is physically just make it touch the plug at the other end of an opposing device or cable. And it automatically just works. And it removes any human error, because as you might imagine, if you are laying out dozens and dozens, if not hundreds of cables, and each one requires that you're typing in a very specific name or ID, the chance for human error in that is huge, and demonstrably so, because I always get it wrong. That could just be a me thing, but it's absolutely prime for human error. So physical connectivity is always easier. Hey Lehe, good to see you. Okay, so nothing yet. Let's make sure we've actually got voltage yet. So voltage, 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 and voltage. And then we've got see, I can't change anything on here because this is the actual live Magellan object. So all these test and temp things I'm making sure are in the persistent level, which is different obviously than the live one. So I need to make these work with that rather than the other way around. So A, B, C and D, all of them are plugged in, and cable names should be the same. Okay. I see the problem. It's because they're flagged as end supplies, which means they work differently if they're an end supply cable. So they're basically just expecting a bunch of lights speaking to them, not another connected device. Let's just give that a try. Basically, yes. Here we go. Now we have power. So you'll see that each one of these four are now they're now receiving 1 megavolt of voltage, and each one's using 3.5 kilowatts. So those 4 boxes are now powering all of A deck. They're not powering B deck because we haven't given B deck a fake power supply yet, but that at least gets A deck powered. I'll hide them in the other room. Great, so what it means now is the test environment is now identical to the Magellan Bridge on an object-to-object basis. Our music just got loud. And it's using the actual maps as well that the live environment is using. So any changes I make to this will be packaged. But it does mean that we can test things like these chairs and make sure that they actually work. So I can sit, I can get up, I can summon an NPC, I can dismiss, I can sit if I'm close enough. Got to be close enough. Summon NPC, dismiss NPC. That's with E. So left click will sit by default, which is expected. Nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. Oh, there we go. Yes, the NPC arms are an animation pose I did for the old chairs where they actually fitted properly. So I need to update that animation pose just to make them sit smoothly. I was going to lower the armrests a little bit before I did that because they are a little bit high. In fact, to be honest, the chairs themselves are perhaps a little bit too big. I might just scale them down ever so slightly. Get the feeling that, I guess width-wise they're okay, but like that section there is probably a bit too big and probably a bit too wide, and those arms are certainly too high. Doesn't help that every single character as female, so I can't compare it against a male character. Hang on, let's just get rid of that one a minute. There we go. Yeah, so for the male character, they have a longer torso, so the chair height isn't as bad. But yeah, their poses definitely need to be adjusted to fit with that better. I guess for the female characters, I'll just have to move their arms out slightly. Although I think I may lower the arm slightly anyway. Yeah, I've tried to give them as much leg room as possible. When I redo these consoles, I'm going to have little footrests underneath, like a little carpeted wedge that their feet go on. You know, health and safety and all. And I'll make this a lot more integrated with properly sized screens. And the helm one specifically, the reason I know we've had some questions about this glass panel being here versus how it used to be, because it does kind of get in the way sometimes if you just want to walk past. But the helm console is going to be a lot wider, so it'll be it'll come up at an angle like this, go around and come down at an angle as well, because we need a lot more stuff on the helm that isn't currently represented. So it's going to get probably at least this much wider, which means these end screens are going to be a lot wider. I guess all three are going to be kind of as wide as the middle, so we'll probably stretch the middle out a little bit and have these probably come out to here, but the frame itself that they sit on is going to be angled, so there actually won't be an awful lot of walking room here, because that's going to get so much wider. It'll all make sense once it's done. And this chair is going to have like joysticks on it and stuff, so it's still a lot to do with the helm yet. And no, these chairs aren't final. They were only really just a quick replacement for the old ones, which looked awful. The final chairs are going to be similar to these. They won't be a lot different, but they'll be a lot more finished. Like they'll have like visible stitching and comfier, rounder surfaces, and they'll just look more realistic, basically. Similar design, more realistic looking. True. Yeah, nothing is truly ever final. There's always room for tweakage. Oh, these bits here, yeah. So the helm's going to have physically separate screens. So rather than an integrated console like it is here, so these ones are kind of one integrated lump. The helm one won't be the same. It's going to have physically separate screens and, like I said, either joysticks on the arms of the chairs or joysticks that are physically attached to a frame, because the idea is that we're going to have like an up and over similarly designed sort of shiny plastic frame with wooden trim, with screens that are attached to that frame rather than being kind of almost like CRTs like they are now. But yeah, that's going to take quite a fair bit of iteration, and furthermore we need physical keyboards too for here, and here. So when I make this bigger and fitting of the screen, there's going to be a physical keyboard in front of each one for actually typing in data. So we'll have it so that the upper screen is just for display purposes and things like range buttons, whereas typing in coordinates and typing in the name of something when we have a search will be done with a physical keyboard down below. And that's as much for VR as anything else. Yeah. Like a little Tykes steering wheel. Yeah, it'll be a tactile keyboard. Yeah, not an actual clicky clacky keyboard. It will be like a touchscreen style keyboard, but yeah, with haptic feedback. As nice as this is, it does dry you out. Like, I now need a drink after having a drink. That's better. Fizzy water is much healthier anyway. There's always tweakage. Yeah, the keyboard layout is going to have to be definable because the way we want it to work is when you sit in a chair, your physical keyboard on your desk needs to control the keyboard that's in front of you. Now, obviously, we won't enable that until you're seated. So, you know, the act of sitting in the chair is the trigger we'll use for allowing keyboard input. But obviously, different regions are a thing. So we need, you know, QWERTY, AZERTY, and all the rest of them as toggles probably just in the game settings. So, along with all the other preferences and customization, we'll just have keyboard layout as an option you can pick from. But yes, they will be standard Earth keyboard layouts. I was using a parking machine the other day, and they've got a keyboard layout which is literally alphabetic, so it's like A, B, C, D, E, F. And I was like, I literally can't type on this. It made no sense whatsoever. Right, yeah, so we were actually testing a bug when we were doing that, so this is actually fixed. This one, basically the same problem, was the lack of those options on all the other chairs. I'm blaming Claire for this one. Leave that one for now. That's a known issue. None of the stair nose lights are actually hooked up to power yet, so I need to get on and do that. And I think that one. Looks like they might have head bobbing turned on and the camera hasn't hidden the character. I think I remember something about this. So when you've got head bobbing turned off, obviously you can't see your character's legs or anything because otherwise the camera would be like looking through it and it looks weird. But if we turn head bobbing on, then you should see your character. It's interesting. Why can't we? No, we can't now. Oh, okay, so we just need to make sure that that we set that up so that it resets the view, because it doesn't seem to be doing that. So I'm guessing what's happening there is when you log into the game, it's not setting the viewpoint properly. Let's see if it remembers this for me. Oh no, it's fine. Don't know. I'll have to do more testing on that. Okay, yeah. So we definitely need to trigger a character camera cycle to reset that option when you change it. That'll be something, again, we improve greatly when we move back to metahumans. We'll have a much better, no head bob mode, where the character's body is dragged by the camera as opposed to the other way around. It does mean that the body will move whilst the head stays static, which means that you get weird stretchy neck syndrome, but you'll still see your body, which is better than being like a disembodied camera. Okay. No, Justin. All it does is spawn the character in a different spot. It doesn't do anything else camera-wise. It just simply chooses where you spawn. But I'll test that off stream and try various different combinations of options and see if I can recreate it. Metahumans, yes. Yeah, we really want to take advantage of mover and mutable, so we'll have better customization and a much better animation. The 5.47 version of the mover test sample project has like 500 different new animations added to it, so that's pretty good. Yeah, gasp. I haven't had a lot of experience playing with it yet, so either we'll pay someone to build that system, or it's something that I'll do the base bare bones for, and then we'll pay someone to finish it off. Dave, yeah. So when it comes to selling the Galaxy Gen system, there are some aspects of it which I'm going to have to recreate myself from scratch. So the volumetric nebulas are currently using 50/50 stuff that I've written and stuff I got from a plugin. So I just need to make sure I rewrite all of that myself. So it's all our own code. And obviously that's just a texture I got from NASA, so they can stay in. But the procedural planet surfaces from orbit, I'd say that's about 75% my work and about 25% a plugin that I pulled apart and butchered. So again, I just need to make sure that the 25% of that, which came from a plugin originally, is replaced by my own code, at which point the whole thing is 100% stuff I've written, and then we can put it on the marketplace. Obviously, the Galaxy Gen itself is 100% made by me, so there's no issues there. It's just the nebulas and the planet surfaces that I butchered plugins for, because that's what I'll tend to do. I'll buy a plugin because I want to learn from it, and that's how I learned like PHP back in the day. I used to look at other people's websites and how other people did things, and then I'd pick that code apart line by line, learn from it, and then that's kind of basically how I self-taught myself. So I did the same with Unreal, where I'll go out and buy a plugin, not because I want to use the plugin, but because I want to learn how they did that in the plugin, so that I can then teach myself how to do it myself. And I think generally what I do is I strip a plugin down to its bare bones, and then build up from there. Because you'll find a lot of plugins they're built for, I guess, mass compatibility. They're usually quite generic in their approach, whereas my needs are always very niche and very specific. So if I boil the plugin down to its absolute basics, its bare bones code, then I can build my own functionality on top of that. So you end up with 10 to 25% of the plugin still being its original code, and then the other 75% being stuff that I've built on top of it. I guess the Radial menu is the same. So on the Radial menu, the graphic in the background came from a plugin. There's actually like a dozen different designs that came with the plugin, and the code for working out where the mouse is in terms of its angle, that's the plugin. But then everything else is stuff that I made. So all the code for generating the menu options, I've made myself. The cancel button in the middle I made myself, and basically everything about how it works when you click the mouse, and going to different menus, the back button, all the different sub menus, automatically changing the number of segments on the fly, like all of that is stuff I wrote. But like the base working out where the mouse is came from the plugin. So again, it's 25% the original plugin, and then 75% stuff I've built on top. So I couldn't put this out as a marketplace asset without replacing all the stuff that originally came from a plugin, for example. Yeah, exactly. Buy and learn. I generally recommend that people do that. That there are a lot of plugins out there which kind of do the thing you need, but they might not necessarily do it either in the way that you need to do it, or they might not do it specifically the way that you want for what it is you're building. But you can learn a lot from the basics. So if you're learning Unreal and you want to know how to do certain things, then yeah, just splash out, buy a plugin that does it, pick that plugin apart line by line, and then just teach yourself how that works and why that works. And then you'll find that 99% of the time, you'll be able to then do something better that's proprietary to what you actually need for your project, which is what I've done with this. I'll get a plugin, I will butcher it, strip it down to its bare bones, and then and build the system I need on top. Okay, so speaking of building stuff, I think we're done with the bug tickets, because that's going to need further investigation. Claire reckons the fern textures look awful. Okay. I'm sure we can do something about that. Nanite foliage, that's the solution to that. Oh yeah, we had this one. Of course. So we don't know which NPCs Delta's talking about there. So yeah, I will go through and make sure we test each of those orders and make sure that they all actually work. And again, the next thing we're about to do will make that easier, because we will have all of the orders visible on this screen so that we can track what's going on. So the challenge with this is, as I said, the UI screen is actually part of the holo display. So in order for, and that's just laziness on my part, honestly, just so that when you enter when you press the buttons, it's just speaking to the parent blueprint and getting it to do stuff. We now need to make this a completely separate object, which means we then need to identify the holo display on begin play and speak to it probably via blueprint interfaces instead. So actually, if we let's just go ahead and look at just how much code we need to replace. Okay, that's just stuff that's coming from elsewhere. Okay. Right, and that's going to be all the stuff that's coming from the UI. So when we begin play, somewhere here we will be adding this to the UI out there. So basically we're giving the UI a reference to its parent blueprint, and then whenever we press a button on the widget, we're sending this off to player controller, makes it server authoritative, sends it back as a server event, and now we can set the mode of the holo display, set with notify so that it replicates, so that all clients can see what mode the holo display is currently on, including whether it is turned off. So we need to replicate this externally using an external UI. I guess we can just piggyback that. We'll borrow the same blueprint interface. And I guess we'll just give it, so rather than sending it a parent blueprint, a self, we'll work out which actor in the world is the holo display, send it that instead. So when we send this through here, it doesn't report back to the UI, it actually triggers this event here on the holo display. So basically we are outsourcing that bit, leaving only that bit to operate on the holo display itself. So we don't need that. What's that? That's the planet texture generator. So we can get rid of that and that. So we don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore, because we'll do that from the UI that we create, which means we don't need that UI screen either. That can go. Oh, which means we don't need that either. Right, where are we? So, oh yeah, so that's some of the optimization stuff, which we don't need. And then the optimize widget function. Where are we? So that isn't needed. I don't think we were doing anything else. Yeah, so that can go. And then I think we were just calling a global event there anyway. Or were we? So we've got optimize widget macro. That's weird. Okay. Not sure why it was erroring on that macro when the macro didn't exist on this blueprint, but never mind, we'll ignore it. And then we can get rid of all the stuff that we don't want. Okay. Right, so that's all the unnecessary stuff moved from there. Obviously, we still have the actual UI functions which we need to call, but we need to do that externally now. So the next port of call is making that UI, and I'm wondering whether we just borrow one of these, to be honest. Okay, so we've got the optimization stuff built in. We've got the power stuff built in. Yeah, we can sort out the replication stuff there. Yeah, that'll do. In fact, what we'll do is we'll make a new folder, and we shall call that command console. Yeah, that's the other stuff. So we'll copy that one over, and we'll copy that one over. And we just need to update the references to that widget instead. And we don't want to display it as a cylinder. And then there's a few bits and pieces which will have the wrong reference now. Right, so that needs to cast to command console. And that needs to be of type command console. So let it do its search. Good point, Miner. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Okay, and then we'll yeah, so we need to change that on the widget as well. I did actually set up a blueprint interface for some of this, so that we only needed to pass an actor reference rather than the actual specific class reference. But I can't remember the name of the blueprint interface typically, so I'll just use a direct class reference for now. There we go. Right, so basically we're just doing a handshake with the UI. So locally we're setting that as our widget, the casted version, so that we can just do things like grab variables or functions on it. And at the other end we're saying, right, this is your parent and this is how you get to it. So the two can communicate with one another as needed. And that's just all the electrical stuff, just to manage power. And that's our optimization code, which just makes sure that the widgets are collapsed to a single pixel when not needed, freeing up VRAM. Oh, and the reason that those screens weren't starting turned off because we're using the old global event for loading complete, so we will instead listen for our gameplay message and do that instead. And that of course would be our dummy struct, and the channel would be startup levels loaded, just so that we know that everything is ready. And then we can check our voltage and hide or show the screen as required. I need to go ahead and change this on those other screens as well, so they don't stay on when the power's off. Well, I would, Delta, but I've completely forgotten everything already. Hello, hello. I have considered that, Melissa. So something I'd like to do on a lot of the consoles is, if there's like a block of text, like the description of a planet or a description of an alien culture, it would be nice to be able to press a button where the ship's computer just reads it out loud. So we could probably do that at some point. The other thing that we could do is have it so that it reads aloud anything that you currently have the mouse hovered over. Which again is not impossible, because we can just fire a line trace at whatever the mouse is currently on top of, and that can just trigger a voice line. But we'll have to see, what the complexity of that is. But yes, not impossible, and is potentially something we can do. I used to work with a lady called Jess, and she was fully blind. She lost her vision slowly over time as a teenager, until she couldn't see at all. And she ended up using a screen reader at work, and she was incredible. I mean, she was a network engineer and would go into routers and look at router configs and configure network devices, and she did all of it via basically touch typing and screen readers, and it was amazing to watch the control and ability she had with computers and being able to change literally code and config on routers whilst not actually being able to see. Just blew my mind. And her screen reader was like a long metal bar with basically braille along it, but the braille changed, so it was constantly like clicking and clacking away as these little pins were shooting up and down to create lines of braille. So as she was scrolling down through lines of code, you could hear this thing sort of going as all the little pins were coming up and down, and she'd just run her finger across it and she could read the code. And it amazed me. It's like endlessly fascinating watching her do that. Just the ability for the human brain to learn and adapt to that sort of thing is just incredible. So yeah, she completely blew my mind. She was using some software actually that interfaced with things like web pages. So the software she had installed would obviously translate the web page into lines of braille for this little bar that she used. So I don't know how the game would work with something like that, and I don't know if the game could work with something like that. Maybe it could if you're hovering the mouse over something, if it's able to output the text, then perhaps that could output via a similar method, where it's just spitting out ASCII text into whatever plugin it's using. But yeah, it's something worth thinking on. Yeah, see, the biggest issue with mouse hover, I mean, we already do, like when you're in the world and you're holding down E and you're moving your mouse around, it's firing a 3D raycast, essentially, from the mouse position on screen into the 3D world. So that raycast is hitting whatever's underneath the mouse, and that's how we know what the mouse is on top of. So if that mouse is on top of a pipe like this or a cable, then we can output the name of that object. So that text that gets generated on that hover, we can have that output externally into, say, a text file or some other kind of plugin. And then a third-party tool can then use that to drive something like a braille reader or something else, or like a screen reader where it actually uses text-to-speech. We could probably do our own text-to-speech in the engine for that, but obviously when it comes to driving a braille reader, I don't know whether we could do that, but it's worth looking into for sure. Oh, that's cool, Sophie. But yeah, it's yeah, I guess being a sighted person, I just take being able to see stuff for granted. So, if I was to close my eyes and try and use my computer, I'd be lost. I wouldn't even know where to start. So yeah, mad props to anyone that has to use screen readers or braille readers, because I know I certainly couldn't. I don't think I could, I don't think I could even learn how to do that. I mean, I tried it and it was just mad. I mean, I couldn't even make out individual characters. Even when looking at it and running my finger along it, my brain couldn't, like, my fingers weren't sensitive enough to be able to detect individual characters in this line of braille. So, how could you possibly learn that? It's mad. Yeah, I think I'd have to, Jason, for sure. Just spend all of my time SSHing into everything. But yeah, it's like adding accessibility stuff is something we definitely want to do a lot of. We've got the variable zoom slider in our accessibility options, so you can zoom right in on stuff. But yeah, that aside, sometimes it's difficult to know what to add. We're open to add anything if it helps people, but it's just a case of knowing what and when. It's amazing, Sophie, that you're able to do what you do. I mean, it's like I said, just mad props to anyone that manages with that kind of thing. I know I certainly couldn't. My brain's too simple. Yeah, like I said, I couldn't even distinguish individual characters in the braille. It's how someone's able to learn that. It just blows my mind. Okay, so what we need to do now is turn this into a usable tabbed interface for both the holo display, the ship-wide orders, and the individual bridge station orders, so that all of that information is available to the command staff at a touch of a button. Yeah, so we've got cable names and things to worry about, so I'll just borrow that from that one. We don't really need to worry about a device name, and our only valid deck is a deck, so that's fine. And we'll just call that the command console. Okay, and then size-wise, so you're just going to need some arbitrary adjustment until we get the right width. Let's just make that small and out of the way for a minute. Do. So the awkward thing with sizing this is that the size is specified in multiple places because it's also specified in the blueprint on here. So we just need to make sure that that is then the correct height for the display. To be honest, that looks about right. Yeah, so this console is definitely going to have to be bigger to display the amount of information we need, but we'll work with this for now. Okay, so that was 1320 by 700. Let's make sure everything is scaled the same. I suppose we'll round off the edges a little bit more just to make them fit. Normally I do this on 2 screens, but as we're on stream, I shall do it from here. When I redo the console, I'll make the edges of the screen not quite so round, so that it fits that better, especially with this kind of awkward edge here. It's looking a little too L-carsy, and also obviously that doesn't fit right because of the size of it. Okay, so this is going to be our tabbed interface. Again, we need to make sure that when we do the screen properly, that it's big enough to support everything we need. So it's probably going to have to come down further. We don't really want too much more height on it, so we'll make it bigger that way and slightly wider to give us room for the buttons, which we shall insert now. Just years of playing with it, I guess. I've been using UE5, I guess, properly for, God, when did they start? What are we on now? 2026. So 8 years, I'd say. Yeah, about 8 years. And then before that, it was just CAD software and mostly web dev work. I didn't start game dev specifically until about 8 years ago. But I've always been a modder, so like since being a teenager, I've always been modding games and changing games to be what I want them to be, as opposed to what their original developers wanted them to be. I've always been an advocate of the modding scene. So if we make holo display the first option, and then we'll have ship wide orders next. I'll make all these the same width. Okay, so we have that as our tabs, and then we can have this box underneath change according to our needs. And that again needs some better rounding. Not that much though. Yeah, about that. Yeah, I've seen a lot of examples where developers will contact a mod developer and say, you know what you've done is pretty amazing. Let's put it in the game properly. I know that World of Warcraft did that quite a lot, where you'd have some really, really good mods that people have made, and they'd actually get integrated into the default UI eventually, which is it's good to see, because as a developer, it's, I guess, naive to think that there aren't people out there that can do a better job than you. And I've seen it many times where just some modder in their bedroom somewhere can produce something of better quality than one of the original developers did for the game, because there are just a lot of talented hobbyists out there, and I think it would be silly to dismiss that talent when it's available. So if someone makes a mod for this game that is like genuinely good, then I'd be crazy not to incorporate it in some way and pay them for their efforts, of course. Our character system is trash. Absolutely horrible. I hate it. So yeah, that's one of the first things that we are replacing. Yeah, it'd be quite interesting to see, what people do with the Galaxy Gen system once we put it out there. Obviously, it's going to be just the Galaxy itself. It won't include any of the content that the game puts in the Galaxy, but all the code for spawning stuff will be there. We'll leave it up to other developers to decide what it is they're spawning and what gameplay they want to develop for that space. So what we would be doing is providing the playground, like, here's the universe, go forth and do what you want with it, sort of thing. Right, so we need a widget switcher. Yeah, basically. So the math for the Galaxy, all the proc gen stuff for the galactic sectors, the physical structure of the Galaxy. So the whole Galaxy itself, generated as is. The surface gen for the planets from orbit perspective, not from a landed perspective. What else? The nebula stuff. So procedural nebulas will be part of it. Basically just space. So everything that makes up space would be incorporated in the plugin. And the ability for things to be spawned in space. So things like spawning in a space station, the code to do that would be part of the plugin, and the ability to spawn like the whole proxy object thing and make collisions work. So the only thing that developers would have to do is decide what it is that's being spawned. So the plugin would provide the code for doing the spawning and for handling the proxy generation and everything. And then, that's where we hand off and say, we're not making your game for you. We're not making your content for you. Here's the backdrop. Here's the galaxy. Do with it what you will. Yeah. Basically, what's out the window is kind of the nuts and bolts of it. Okay, so basically when you click these buttons, it'll drive this widget switcher, so it will change the page of whatever's on there. So I was going to load in the old one where we had the buttons for the holo display, but I think it would be easier to just to remake those with this. We do need a state file, I think, from the holo display so that we can grey out the ones that are not needed at the time. I'm going to have to stick these inside a canvas panel. That's weird. Why did that change its size? Yes, Anasi. So, yeah, definitely. It's awkward for the long range, but for things like the medium range, we can definitely add indicators next to objects to indicate their state of scan and whether or not there's a text signature. The problem with the long range is the problem we have with a lot of things, where we have data that needs to be generated only when it's needed. So, like with all the different star systems, we have an array which oftentimes is 30 odd thousand different star systems, and then we're filtering that array to generate what you see on the holo display, what you see out the window, and what you see on the sensors. That same sorted list is used for all of them. But that 30-odd thousand long array isn't the full details for each of those star systems. It's just like the absolute minimum amount of data that's possibly needed by the game in order to draw the right color sized blob, and provide enough information to then generate the onward system. So the actual full star system is not generated until either A, you go there, or B, you highlight that object on the sensors. So as soon as you select it, it goes and generates that system in the background. So then you've got the data available to you. So when you align sensors on the long range to that system, the act of aligning those sensors is what generates the data. So until you do that, that data doesn't exist. And then the other issue is, if we want to compare against our knowledge level as to whether or not we have scanned that system, then we need to compare any star system you can see on the holo display against the list of things that you have scanned. So if you've got, say, 8 to 10,000 stars visible on the holo display, then we have to check that 8 to 10,000 times to see whether or not you have scanned that system, and indeed to what extent. So that percentage of scan needs to be calculated for each one, which is a massive overhead and probably impossible. So if we do go ahead and include data overlays for the stars on the long range sensors, then we may have to range limit it in the same way that we do for the ability to click on them and for labels appearing. In fact, if I quickly hit play a minute. Yeah, it's more the case that right now all of these systems can be highlighted to be clicked on and have a name. Now the names and the highlighters are spawned at the same time that we draw the star. So those are things that actively have to be added to the holo display. Now if we increase the range, you can see now you can't highlight them and there are no names, because there are now 242 stars on that display. And so we'd have to have 242 nameplates all rotating to face the player. So that's 242 times worth of ticking to handle that, and 242 blobs that can be clicked on in order to set a command target, which is why the ability to do that is limited to 20 light years. So right now there's 57 objects, which is obviously a lot less. And if we can try and get that to stay at 20, there we go. So in this particular instance, there's 142 locations. So that's 142 names rotating to face us and 142 clickable blobs. And I say that that's pushing it in terms of the data that we can display. So that's one limitation, and I think we'd be fine displaying exploration percentage for this small subset of stars. But if we were to go max range with it, there's now almost 2,000 stars available in front of us, and there's too much there to be able to loop through those arrays and do all those checks. It would cause a huge amount of hitching. It would do it, just it would cause hitching. On the medium range, however, we've got 15 objects. So we can display little screen space scaled UI widgets next to each one of these blobs that contains the same little blobs that we have here to indicate scan percentage as well. In fact, to be honest, we could take this little square here and put that square next to each one, so we could see at a glance a little data overlay for each of these, so we can see at a glance on the medium range at least what's been scanned and what hasn't. Yes, we can. So for the medium range and the short range, it's fine. And even on the long range, once you've clicked a system and clicked a line to target, at this point, yes, we can draw them, absolutely, because we're only having to do the data lookup for one system. The issue comes when we've got like literally hundreds of them, and then it's just too much of a data overhead. But there are some exceptions to that rule. So so systems in long range is fine if you click on them. It's when they're displayed like this. It's when they're all displayed at once we have the problem. So Anassi's just asked, drawing lines to see where you've been would be possible, because that would be a separate thing. So something I'd like to do is build a breadcrumb trail for the ship. So as you're flying through the galaxy, every time the ship has been so many light years, or so many percentage of a light year, maybe every 10% of a light year, we draw a blob on the map. Or to be honest, every light year would do. So as you fly around, you're constantly drawing a three-dimensional breadcrumb trail to show where you've been. And then as you zoom the map out, you'll actually see a breadcrumb trail on the map to show where you've been flying. See, that would be rendered separately, because we would simply add those coordinates to a list, and the more you fly around, the more it's just appending coordinates to a list. So we would have the data overlay buttons probably over on this console over here. So they would show those as toggles, so you could toggle those things on and off to show where you've been. Now obviously, the longer you play, the longer that list is going to get. So we can potentially filter that by range, so it only shows maybe an abridged version, like for the galactic map. Because if you have flown all up and around and all over the galaxy, it would be very, very cool to see the path to show where you've been. And we absolutely definitely want to do that. Maybe we'll do it like sector by sector on this map, and maybe track that separately. So when you're on the galactic map, it will show you which sectors you've been to, whereas on the long range, it will show you which subsectors you've been to. So for every one whole cubic light year you've been to, it will add that to the list. And it will only add the center points of that as well. So as you're flying along, it will just draw that. I think that's probably the cleanest way of handling that. But yeah, it's something I want to add, and it won't add much overhead because it will be a separate thing. But yeah, when it comes to other data overlays, because we want to be able to highlight known habitable worlds, especially on the fully zoomed out version, because if there's like a galactic civilization which has a certain territory like in the galaxy, then that territory needs to be represented by a 3D sort of amorphous blob that shows you where their territory extends to. So we need to be able to represent that on the holo display in 3D. And obviously to do that, we need to know which planets are we including in that blob. Which systems, rather. So we do need to know in advance where those are. But there are only so many known inhabited systems per sector, and they number in the dozens, not the thousands. So we can potentially store those separately, so that if it's an inhabited system, then we can pull that data separately from all the rest of the stars. Like 80% of the galaxy is M-class stars, and most of those won't have life anyway. So we can significantly cut down the data crunching by only focusing on the systems that we know have something there. In which case, we can then, obviously once you've discovered them, we can render those in 3D on the display. Because it would be not only cool, but also valuable from a tactical perspective to be able to see the territory of a given alien race. Because if there's an alien race that you have angered in some way, and their territory is, say, here as a giant blob, you know that you shouldn't be flying through it because they're going to be coming after you. So you need to plot your course around their blob of space to avoid their territory. So there's going to be many reasons why you need that data. And just from an informational perspective as well, being able to just generate different data overlays depending on what you want to glean from the data. But yeah, we'll go hard on that once we get to that point for sure. Dongo, yeah, so that data is there once you've clicked on it, basically. And I guess something else that's worth pointing out is that when it generates on the display here, it's only looking up, like percentage completion wise, it's only looking up the ones that are rendered on the display. So it's not pre-calculating the explored percentage for like all 2000 odd. It's literally just as they appear on there, then it does it. So for the UI, it's fine. We can do it for all of them. For the holo display, it's different because so many more are displayed at once, which is where the problem comes in. Because at that point, you're having to work out from 2000 stars which ones you've explored. But from there, it's only like 10, so it makes it much easier. Yeah, it was all me. That's why you'll find that in a lot of cases, the ship's computer has a bit of a Somerset twang, because yeah, I did all the voicing myself and then just used 11 Labs to do a voice change on me. It just seemed quicker to do it that way at the time. And I need to do more as well. Yes, Melissa, it uses Steam sessions. So all you need to do is create a multiplayer game, and then your friends can just see that game in the list. As for direct invitations, I don't know, I'll have to have a look. Because a lot of games you can obviously go on the Steam overlay and invite your friends into games directly. And I've never looked at how to do that. I'm sure it's simple. Okay, so this wasn't showing, and I just want to understand why. So we've got our cold distance. We're not starting with a single pixel. We've got that there. Let's just turn that off a minute and see whether it appears now. We will have all of that in the astrometry lab at ASSI. So we'll be able to, well, not just the astrometry lab, but here as well. So this is also going to be a tabbed screen with lots of stuff available on it, and access to all the systems you've scanned and all the data that you've collected will be accessible on this screen. Obviously it's going to be in the form of a 2D description of that system. But we'll have like data cards for everything. Like for a star system, you would select the star system from a list, and then you'd have a list of planets, and then you click on the planet, and then you get a card pop up that shows you all the data for that planet. So all of that stuff will be available for like briefings and things, in addition to like looking at crew rosters, seeing the active mission, seeing the active tasks that are being done around the ship. Any piece of information that would be useful for the command staff will be available on this screen at some point. That's kind of why it's there. Right, there we go. So that's clearly in the wrong place. Okay, so they need hooking up to their various widget switcher pages, and I need to work out why it wasn't coming on. Yeah, the headless client, the plugin I'm using for Steam Core, does support headless clients already, so it's got all of that built in. I just need to pick through the code and work out how to do it. It's on my to-do list. I just need to get round to it, and my to-do list is long, so these things take time. Just need to make sure that the optimization, what's it on here? Yeah, it's got the wrong screen size, which is why it was showing huge. Was it 1390? Was it? Can't remember now. 1320. Yeah, that will just fix the screen being the wrong size. So it's the Steam demo that you want to be checking out right now. The dev build is for backers, so anyone that backs the game at the captain rank or above gets the dev build access. Otherwise there's the demo, which hopefully is going to be updated soon when all this is working. Well, adding a drinks machine, both here in the captain's office and also here in the conference room, is definitely on my list. I always envisioned there being a refreshments table at the back here. I mean, every good meeting room has a refreshments table. So we'll have one of our standard drinks machines, which is obviously kind of like a 3D printer compatible drinks machine that can spit out anything you want, but also like tea, coffee, and some cups and things. So yeah, I want this to be a well-equipped conference room with everything you need in it. So you should be able to make coffee, sit down, discuss stuff, and whatever else is needed. Yeah, try the demo out, Melissa, and see how you get on. Obviously, it's very, very visual, so I don't know how well you'll get on with it, but give it a try. Let us know how you find it. Right, we've got an hour left, so let's try and get this working in the hour that we have remaining, and I will shut up and stop talking about stuff. No worries. Yeah, the 3D printers that are there right now are very much placeholders. They'll eventually have like a proper articulated arm that goes back and forth and actually prints things properly. But yeah, for now they're just a thing to get them in so that they're there. So what have we got? Helm, sensors. Oh, better name that so I don't lose track of it. Comms. Actually, I'll split weapons and defense up. Because obviously one is focusing on offensive stuff, and the other one's going to be focusing on defense, shields, and point defense and such. I'm still not like 100% on how exactly we're going to handle the defense station. Shield grids, definitely. Shifting power between those shield grids, definitely. But there's kind of crossover between the power side of the engineering console and distributing that power for the defense side of things. So we'll just have to build those systems and see what sits best where. I imagine for most cases, you'll probably just have an NPC dealing with the shields, and players will be sat on the tactical station dealing with the weapons. I don't imagine the defense station is going to be particularly interesting in the grand scheme of things. So, helm, sensors and comms, weapons and defense, 2 engineering. So then we've got security. And environmental control. Yeah, so ultimately, when starting a brand new game, there's going to be a whole sequence where you board the ship in the shuttle bay, you get assigned your quarters, and everyone, like NPC wise, are basically doing the same. So they're going to their quarters, and then everyone's kind of scooting off to their workstations. So that will only happen once when starting a new game, and it won't happen again until you launch a brand new mission with that ship. So if you return home to Earth to refit and restock and backfill crew members, then you'll go through that original process again. That's kind of the whole big fanfare of starting the mission and disappearing off on your journey. When loading a game, everyone should already be wherever they were when you left. So eventually we'll track the location of all of the crew members, and you'll just load back in, wherever you were when you turned the game off. For multiplayer games, we'll probably do that slightly differently, where people will just start in crew quarters, unless they're new joins for the server, in which case they'll be locked to the shuttle bay until they've been handed a role, just to prevent people from trolling aboard other people's games. But yeah, right now the NPCs can't just get up and walk around or just randomly sit in chairs, because of the whole chairs being a character in their own right thing. So once we change our character system so that players can sit in a chair by attaching the character to the chair, at that point NPCs can then sit in chairs, so they can just get up and walk around and visit the bathroom and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, so in multiplayer, the idea is that a crew member exists, be it a player or an NPC. That crew role, that position aboard the ship, has an ID number associated with it, and has to have someone manning it. Now, if a player comes in and takes that position aboard the ship, then that NPC is just despawned. They won't be there anymore. If that player leaves the game, then obviously you've now got an empty position, so that NPC will come back and carry on working. So as players are joining and leaving games, NPCs are constantly being spawned and despawned to replace them as the player leaves, just to make sure that the crew always has enough people there and available. If the person in that particular bridge position or ship position dies, then that ID is essentially struck off the ship list. So that player wouldn't be replaced, and they would then take up a different position aboard the ship as if they had died. So the way I've kind of explained it in the past is that there are 200 lives aboard the ship, and if you as the player die, then there are 199 lives left. So every time you die as a player, you basically kill off an NPC. So those positions aboard the ship keep getting struck off. Those IDs are removed from the roster until basically there's no one left. In which case, that's kind of the game over scenario, because all the crew are dead. So you've got 199 chances to get the ship back to Earth to restock and backfill the crew. Yes, Cole. So when you start a fresh game, there will be a whole crew roster that you can customize. So you'll be able to change their name, you'll be able to tweak their personalities, and just basically customize them as you require. And to be honest, we can even do character customization on a per NPC basis, because all it's doing is just setting a few variables. So that will be something you do once when starting a new game. Once that game's running and you're off on your mission, then those NPCs are basically, that's who you created when you started. if you go back to Earth, then you can dismiss them and replace them with other fully customized NPCs. The only difference is that they will gain skill over time, and new recruits won't have any skill yet. They'll just be baseline crew members. No worries. Yeah, I think that was everything answered. But yeah, as Dave says, a lot of this hasn't been implemented yet. So obviously we need to get to that point where all of that is working and implemented. Oops, wrong one. So we have an annoyingly non-equal number of stations, but it is all good. Yeah, so helm being standalone is annoying. Maybe if we put helm in the middle. Hang on, I've got 3 engineering. What's going on there? Yeah, I was just thinking about doing it per side of the bridge. So we've got the helm up front, and then we've got comms that would be there, and then a defense station would be on the other side. So we've got comms, sensors, and then internal security and environmental control. So that's all on the the left-hand side of the bridge as you go in. And on the right-hand side, you've got the defense, weapons, and then the 2 engineering ones. But why have I got 2 propulsion ones? So comms, so helm at the front, comms, sensors, environmental control, internal security. On the other side, you've got defense, weapons, and then the 2 engineering ones. So is that the duplicate? Yeah, so I don't need that one. Yeah, so it's kind of like that. Yeah, not quite sure how more cleanly to arrange that, to be honest. do. This is only a whip anyway for now. Right, and then we need a canvas panel for ship-wide orders and for bridge orders. So that's our 3 pages. Right, so when it comes to showing the ship-wide orders and such, how are we doing time-wise? Half an hour or so left, so we should be able to get those in. We want a list view on both of those. So that one is ship-wide. I guess we'll do same size, so 1290, 1290, 540, and then we will just draw the list items on there, and this side we need 1 per bridge station, so helm, and obviously these need to be multiple, because we need all the bridge station orders on here. Although rather than doing those as a list view, although I suppose we do need them as a list view, because I'm thinking we need to be able to like close them and stuff. So there's not enough room to cover all of the bridge stations, but for now I guess all we specifically need is helm and sensors for the time being. So why don't we just add those, and then as we add more stations with more orders, then we can start, doing this properly. For now, we'll just do the 2. So this is going to be helm orders. That one's going to be sensors orders. We shall arrange them both in the middle. Actually, they can go all the way to the top, can't they? If I do that and that, then we can stick that over on that side and make them both 50 units away. Okay, and then they can both be 600. And we can nudge those over if we need to. Okay, and then we just need to add the relevant widget class on there. So that one's going to be helm task. Yep. That one's going to be task sensors. Don't think we can actually justify that. No, we can't. Not to worry. I suppose the best way to do it is if you make both of them 600, then we can move them over a bit, like that. And at least then they should appear roughly in the middle. Are they already under each other? Close enough. Okay, and then on the ship-wide one, yeah, I guess we'll do the same thing actually. We'll just add a title to it. Oh, good night, CSI. Sorry, I completely missed you leaving. Farewell. Have a good one. I forgot you did that. I've never looked so good. Yes, we need to flesh this out as well to make it more informative and yeah, better than it is. Right, so first things first then. So we've got our 3 tabs. Just purely information displays at the moment. That looks nasty, but it will serve a purpose for now. And then we'll just add the button press logic. Right, so the way this works is we get our reference to parent blueprint, and then we want to do widget, but is it Unos button press client? That was it. That one. Ah, of course. This is the blueprint interface I created that meant that we didn't need a hard reference to the specific class on there. So in actual fact, I can change this to just an actor reference, because this is a blueprint interface. It doesn't care what class we're sending that at. And then we just need to give it a button ID, which would be holo display, ship wide orders, and bridge orders. Right, and then on the blueprint itself here, we don't want that. We want our interface. So we're not implementing what we need there. So we don't want that one, I don't think. Hang on, let's just see. What's actually in that interface? So it's literally just that. So that's the electrical one, networking even. Right, so no, we don't want that, which means we don't want that. Instead, we want that one. That's the one specifically for our faux user interface. So we want that. So that's the button press coming from the UI, and then on the player controller we implement the same thing. So Unos button press client. So this is the client side. We just send our button ID through, as well as a reference to this blueprint, and then that will come back as server authoritative, in which case we can implement the same thing on the widget. Like so. But actually, before we do that, we won't do that bit of it. Instead, we will implement a replicated variable for tracking which page the UI is currently on. Because otherwise that won't work when people join in multiplayer. So if we just do, I don't know, just display index, make that integer, and we need to first of all make sure we are replicated. We don't want to net load it on the client. Oh yes we do, because it's doing optimization. and it can be always relevant for now. I do need to go through these and optimize them to optimize our net call distance based on view distance. In fact, I might set up a little tool to do this for us to make it quicker, so that it stops replicating the UI display once you're out of range. In fact, that's fine. We don't need to always make that relevant, because this is just a display thing. It's not actually doing anything important. We'll rep notify that, but we need to select on that. Oh, can we select on a string? No, I always forget we can't do that. So, but we can switch on a string. And then we need our 3 options, which was hollow display at ship wide orders and bridge orders. And then we simply set those accordingly. So because we have sent this via the player controller, we have server authority to set these replicated variables, like so. And all we need to do on here is we grab our display index and we grab our widget, and we do unos update integer. We need to do that as a message. And oops, no, of course we can just do that, can't we? So this will just send that integer through to the UI. So again, we don't actually need now to cast to that on begin play, because we just need to get the widget. The widget reference can just be an actor. Actually, no, I will actually leave that casted too, because we're setting that as an actor. But that would require a config interface that took an actor as an input, which we don't have. So I'll leave that as it is, but the rest of it can stay as an actor. Yeah, so we put that through to the UI. And on the UI side, we just need to make sure we have that that implemented. So yeah, we've got that there. So we've got update integer, and then we'll just do switch on int. And then we can just set our widget switcher index accordingly. So we want that one. And then set index. Oh, in fact, we don't even need that, because we've already set it as an integer, so we can just do that. And because we're driving this update from a rep notify variable, it means that any joining clients in multiplayer will automatically see that tabbed interface on the right tab, because that's what rep notify does. It fires when new clients join, so it just makes sure that that everyone's quite literally on the same page. So we can now tab through the different tabs. I suppose we could do with adding a border around these just to highlight that there is actually something there. So if we, well, actually, so nothing's going to display yet because we haven't told it to. So what we need to do is, what's the best way of doing this? I guess on begin play, or rather on initialized, if we listen for gameplay messages, so we need 3 of these actually. And then in each of these, we want bridge commands ship-wide for our ship-wide orders. Then we need bridge commands helm for our helm ones, and then bridge commands sensors. And we'll need one of these for each of the bridge stations. We'll just set that as our dummy payload on all of them. Okay, so if any of these get updated, then we need to draw the update to the UI. So actually, yeah, so another thing we need to do, which I'll insert, actually no, I won't, I'll just move them down. So listen for gameplay messages. And this one's going to be our levels loaded, so startup levels loaded, just so we know that everything's there. Dummy payload, and we need to get all actors of class. Again, this only happens once at the begin play, and we want our task manager. Get a copy of that and promote that to a variable. Okay, so that gives us a reference to our task manager, which we then immediately need for each of these. So we'll get ship-wide orders. Yeah, I guess we'll get all of them. And then for each. And then we will also get bridge orders. And this one we have a blueprint interface already that we can use. So on the helm, we will do a for each on the helm, and on the other one, we'll do a for each on the sensors. And then we have our 3 list views. So we've got list view ship-wide, list view sensors, and list view helm. We will then clear list items on all of them. Actually, no, I am being a doofus. We shall clear list items before we do the loop. So that we're starting with a blank slate. So clear the list items, and then we will simply add, well, construct our class. So construct object from class, and this is our list item entry. So this one will be task ship wide. And then that one, task helm. And then that one is task sensors. And then we'll simply add it to the list. Yes, and actually, we do actually need to give it the actual orders. We don't need to give it helm UI. Oh, of course, yeah. So because we have buttons on them that do stuff, these are expecting a UI element so that we can actually press the button and like set the coordinates on the helm. So I'll need to make a management version of this whereby the buttons that appear on the widget entry are for changing the priority of the order or cancelling it. So those actions will be available on the command console. That won't be available on the actual bridge stations themselves. Okay, so that alone should have given us what we need. Yes, Anasi. So we need to come up with a system whereby when you generate a star system, the name it generates for the system is derived from the coordinates, but also you can derive the coordinates from the name. So that if you search for a star system, it needs to be able to glean the name of that, glean the coordinates of that system simply from the name, because you can't do a database lookup for 400 billion star systems. You need some way of procedurally looking backwards. So it would be a case of you type in the name of the system, it works out the coordinates from the algorithm that we use to generate the name, and then is able to generate that system and the stars around it, based on that algorithm. No, and they don't need to be intelligible necessarily. Or we make it so only an aspect of the name is used to generate the coordinates. Yeah, like Stargate style, basically. Like P4X979. So it will be Stargatey in terms of its generation. Okay, so let's go ahead and pick on Alpha Centauri, because we always pick on that one. So if we now go ahead and erase our orders, in fact I'm going to do it from the chair, just to make sure it works from the chair. So ship-wide orders, explore system. So we should now see tasks appearing. The ship-wide one didn't. I will have to investigate why. But that one appeared, so that's good. Oh, except we didn't actually move. That's not so good. Have we just... Wait, go somewhere. Oh, hang on a minute. Yes, of course. So, because we're missing half the ship, we're missing a reactor, so the FTL drive has no power. Yes, exactly, AJ. Well spotted. So we need to just make sure we have some fakery going on there for our power. In fact, let's go ahead and move these. Oops, no, not that. don't want to move that. Move them into here. This can be our little power room for now. Obviously, these are only here on the test map. They won't be there on a typical map. And then we want to grab those and make that one our FTL PSU. Right, so what cable is it looking for? Because I think it was it the ship system that needed it? Can't remember now. Was it you? Or was it... Ah, no, it was those. Right, yeah, so... Do we have that? No, it must be hard set. I don't think that was it, actually. I don't think it was that particular blueprint. Might have been one of those ones. Or might have even been the actual ship code itself. Ah, there we go. Yeah, so... I'm watching SG1 at the moment, and I forgot how much I love Stargate. It's a fantastic series. So we need an FTL power supply specifically because it needs to broadcast a specific message. Let's see if I can find it. Is it that? Yeah, that would be the one. Okay, so yeah, that's what we wanted. Okay, so we need the FTL coil, which was that. So this is basically a placeholder for the physical simulation of the FTL coil. But that needs power. So we need essentially these duplicated again. And then we need our FTL coil that these need to power, basically. So they're all powering our stand-in FTL coil. I think we can just name these arbitrarily for now. So field FTL1, 2, 3, and 4. This is the downside of having everything like powered properly. It means you have to actually plug it all in properly. That should be all the power sorted out. I have a suspicion that's probably not enough voltage, so I'll have to work out what that has to be. I think it was something mad. Actually, I can check on our other test map just to be sure, but let's just see a minute, make sure it actually comes on. Yeah, all the sublight stuff will be on the Caravella. And obviously, the more of a physically simulated ship we have, with like proper thrusters and everything, then I'm going to have to start updating the test environments to include that hardware. But we can include the hardware without including like the whole ship, which will be far less problematic for loading. Again, the only reason we're using a test setup is so that we can load into it really, really quickly and to do testing. Right, let's just fire that up a minute just to see if we go anywhere. Okay. Okay, we're off. That's a good start. It means the power's working. Let's see how fast we actually go. Did I nail that right first time with the amount of zeros? Or did I overpower or underpower? Oh, look at that. Nailed it. Great. What a guess. Okay. Oops. So, Alpha Centauri. Sit in a chair. Shipwide orders. Explore target system. Off we pop. So we've got our helm orders there. Shipwide orders need to be fixed. So let's just I'll wait till we get there, and we should see the sensors orders appear, and then the sensors console start running a medium range scan. So once that appears, I'll quit. There we go. So that's happening. So that's all updating. So at least now, sat in this chair, you can see that those things are happening. And they should appear and disappear, you know, as those orders get dealt with. So we need our ship-wide orders one to come up, because that's arguably the most important one, because that's the one we don't have. So done that, don't need that. Right. So we're getting ship-wide orders. Hang on, let's open our other map a minute and just have a look at our wall screen and see what that's getting. Because this one is working. I think what's probably happening, it's not doing the broadcast from the task manager. Where did I hide it? There it is. So where we do this broadcast to let the game know that something's changed, we're not doing that for ship-wide tasks. So create ship-wide order. Yeah, we're not doing it. So hang on. So active is true. Raise the orders and then let the game know. Because if we don't let the game know, it doesn't know. Stopping it. So that should actually be doing that. It's all a bit squished, but that will work. So what are we doing with this one? Don't think that's actually doing anything. Right. That should fix it anyway. Wrong map, don't want that one. Believe it or not, Delta, I've not actually seen it. As soon as I heard it was animated, I literally didn't bother watching it, and I should do. I should get on and watch it, but yeah, I need to get around to it. I know it's shocking. I feel a failure as a Babylon 5 fan, but yeah, I've heard that it's good, and yeah, I do mean to get around to watching it. I just haven't. It depends on the situation, Anasi. So the tactical console will have the ability to look at things like energy signatures. But generally speaking, you'll do most of your object scanning using the short range sensors on here. So the split between the two is that short range is going to be information of a scientific interest. Things like power signatures and stuff will be on here, but generally it's going to be science focused. Whereas on here, you'll have the same list of targets, but the information that you get is going to have more of a tactical twist to it. So it'll list things that it thinks are weapons and that sort of stuff. So they'll both be able to do it, but with a different flavor. Okay, Alpha Centauri, let's do you again. Right, we should have, yeah, there we go. So we've got our ship-wide order now. And that, of course, has also created our helm order. So if we now go ahead and cancel that, then that one should disappear along with those. So that didn't update, and those ones did. So I imagine that's just a logic flow problem. Ship-wide order, remove index. Oh, because it's set to helm, that's why. That'll be why it didn't go anywhere. It's always something silly. Okay, just another quick test. Orders, ship-wide, in fact, let's press that first so we can see it appear. So orders, ship-wide, explore target system, comes up immediately, which is nice. And that also comes up immediately, so they are there. And if we change our mind, cancel current orders, they disappear, that's also disappeared, and we are good. So yeah, so none of these buttons do anything yet. And they all just need hooking up, but our orders there do appear. In fact, if we send, in fact, do an all stop, we can see an all stop order appear. And then if we do take us home, so you can see we now got 2 orders in the system. So all stop should complete and disappear. There we go. And then take us home should then take over. And we should be on our way back home to Earth. Which we are. And then we can say, okay, so... Oh, no, we don't want that one. Oh. You. Navigate there next. And then we'll do... Navigate there. And then why not go and navigate there? So there we can see all the targets that we're telling them to navigate to are on the list. And then we should be able to cancel current orders, and you see as we cancel them they pop off the list, and also the nav target changes, cancel that one, nav target changes to that one, and Helm handled that quite well actually, being messed about. It's like, look, I'm pressing your buttons, Ah. World's most annoying captain, just gonna press everything. And we're still on our way. I guess the other thing is going to be for the sensors, like running scans and things.
Initiating long-range survey.
Yeah, so those things are not going to work because that needs specific stuff setting up. So we'd have to go long range, focus on command target, and then conduct survey.
Long range survey.
Yeah, so that works, but it's working by way of doing the actions without raising an order. So it's just doing a scripted thing rather than actually having an order raised to do that it can follow and not be disrupted from. So like with the helm one, because an order is in the system, you can mess with it, but with that one you can't. So I need to convert that script into an actual skill that we can use for an order. But that aside, I would say that is working quite smoothly, which is nice to see. And yes, and see, the ability to rearrange them will definitely be coming very soon. Just notice one thing I want to do, just as a last thing, just to clean it up, is we need to space out the list items. And I'm sure, yeah, was that it? I think that was it. Oh, vertical. Why would I change horizontal? There we go. Just to tidy it up a bit, because I noticed they were all squished together. That's better. Okay, there we go. So we set out to add those, and we did indeed add those, so mission accomplished. I'll go through and have a look at more of these bugs. I'll see if I can get rid of a bunch of these new ones and fix some of these assigned ones, and then once I've got enough of them done, I shall stick out another build with all those fixes in it. I don't think there's anything fundamentally broken in the build right now. If there is, let me know on Discord and I'll put the build out now, but I don't think any of these were huge issues, because the main three chairs are working, so that's the main thing. Okay, so I shall leave it there. Have a great week ahead, and I shall see everyone on Wednesday at the usual time of 8 PM UTC for more fun and shenanigans. Right, have a great week, everyone. Bye for now.